Good morning, everybody. It has been a while. How's everyone doing today? It is Wednesday, it is snowy, and I am still recovering from a really sucky sinus infection. Like, did not expect to take Benadryl and just knock out so hard I passed out at my desk. But here we are. Hello there, Hod. Hope you're doing well today. But yeah, I was like, okay, for Monday, I was like, I'll take a Benadryl, 50-50, I pass out. And I'm like, you know what? I should at least do some work while I'm letting it kick in. I passed out at my desk. I passed out at my fucking desk from the Benadryl. I didn't take a Benadryl this morning, but I took something else. The good part is the, overall, inflammation. My eyes and jaw doesn't hurt anymore, so that's a plus. I'm not 100%. It's probably obvious by my voice, but of course, I'm excited to get into a bit of this because today, we have a bunch of stuff. Of course, this is something we'll look at eventually, but what I'm excited for is Frontier Legends. Because I like the Legends stuff. I think it's cool seeing them do different things. So I'm super excited for this. Ooh boy. Huh. Well, this is odd, because I did the quest to at least kind of learn what Frontier was about. Game. Is because I did the quest just for the monkey money, but I don't know where I got some of these people. I literally did the quest the quest part half asleep. I can always change the sheriff name, but and then for the pets, oh, it's anything I have unlocked. Neat. Well then. If I exit and go back in, will that fix it? Well then. I was planning to do the Frontier, but now I don't even know if it's possible right now. Because I quite literally can't see most of the world. What happened to the town? The town's gone. Like, it's literally, well, looks like I failed as sheriff. Town's gone. Just a void. At least we still got the windmill. And some corn. And some random chickens. Why is it going around? I have no clue. That's the worst part. I don't know anymore. Like, oh my god. Can I talk to this guy? Like, I didn't expect this to be a glitch. Well, just casually, yeah, I have a feeling this is probably gonna get clipped by someone in the future, whether it be Lord knows what. Okay, I can't really move to, like, the balloons or anything, can I? Maybe that'll fix it? No? I'm honestly lost on what to do. I guess for now, we wait for an update to fix it? And I also could, let me restart the game. Like, I'm talking, manage, DLC. Yeah, because I bought the DLC because I was like, I know I'm gonna play it anyway. I didn't think the quest would actually, like, do anything like that. Okay, keep settings and progress. And then reinstall. I'm trying a full-on reinstall to see if that fixes it. Because if not, then, yeah. I really don't know what to do now. My plan was to play the Frontier mode, but if it doesn't work, I guess we'll go for the, Paragon. Try to get the Ice Paragon. Uh, well then. Not what I expected, but here we are. But if we decide to go for the Ice Paragon, I'll just quite literally, change the stream title and shit. Uh, just give it a moment to reinstall. It takes a bit. Because it's also just how it is. I mean, I can at least use this as a chance to kind of just chat about some stuff. So, with Christmas coming up, it's been a lot of just busyness for me. And I know on the 21st, I have Friendsgiving with friends. And the person I got for the Secret Santa doesn't have a single fucking thing on their wish list. They're literally one of the only two people. And I rolled them, and I know nothing about them. Because they're new to the friend group. So I know nothing about their interests except for D&D. That's it. So I'm just here like, well, what do I get them? Because we all have a cap of $25. No more, no less, unless it's caused by tax. Like, it can't be more than $25. We can do less than $25 and get multiple things if we're smart about it, but oh my gosh. It's annoying because it's also like, well, shit, there went all the Cyber Monday sales too. Because that would have made my life so much easier. But it's also like, why? Because like on mine, I actually have a very nice little list. Like, one of them is literally just a little like coaster slash heating pad that I can use for tea, which I know I'd use daily. Another one's like a headphone thing, so I can actually hang my headphones on something other than my mic stand. Because my mic stand has like a weird indent naturally in it that allows me to put like my headphones on it. Gosh, this is taking a bit. But it's one of those things where it's like, oh my god, please just give me something. Because finding something to work with like that is easier said than done. Which, of course, not always the best. Oh boy. But yeah, like, I definitely need to go through and just, because I know I can't say anything to them, but I can still poke them through the site anonymously. And if I don't get anything by the end of the week, I'm just gonna have my friends like spy on him of like what he wants and just go, better tell me what the frick we have here. But yeah, it's loading up. It's been done for a bit. I just forgot to load because I got so into that for a moment. But yeah, it's like, dude, just give me the knowledge I need. Hopefully this fixes it. If it doesn't, well, shit. Because it wasn't an issue earlier. Well, fuck. So, who wants to go do the Ice Monkey? I am just going to change this to I'll keep the Icy Frontier. Let's try the new Paragon and more. That sucks. I was really hoping to use, like, play that. That was, like, that's a real shame. We'll take Geraldo. Good map for the Ice Monkey. Let's do 4 circles. And we'll do standard. Let's try the Ice Monkey, though. So we're going to want the Ice Monkey to be, like, our main attacker. To an extent. Okay, shop. I could use that to help me. Let's just do this until we can get the money we need. Honestly, if we're doing this, I want to get this down as well. I mean, it kind of threw a wrench into my whole plans for today. I just didn't expect us to have that type of issue, to be fair. Yeah, I want it to be there. Do. Yeah, I need to do more of this for the pro. Increase production. Hopefully the increased production should help a good chunk. Greater production, and then we'll get the other greater production. Yeah, I just didn't really expect all this to happen. I was actually really excited for Frontiers because I didn't have any issues in the quest. You know what I might do? I might try to replay the quest, see if that works, or if it's broken. Let's let this round go, and then let's try it. If it's still broken, let's replay, see if that... Because if it's still broken, then, yeah, it's an update fix. Wait, we can see stuff. Come on, Arnie. Wait a minute. Yeah, there's parts of the map missing. So yeah, we quite literally can't do shit. Oh, that sucks. I would have really loved to. I love, like, Wild Western style, like, campaigns. I find it so cool to see how people do it. And it's something I've thought about doing, like Wild Western or researcher style campaigns. Okay, we're gonna want Permafrost, Cold Snap, Enhanced Freeze. And then Deep Freeze would be nice. Because, yeah, I'll be able to get more. And I'm gonna have to... And I'm gonna get in a primary range anyway. Okay. Okay. Yeah, we just need to keep moving. I'm just sad, though, about it, because it would have been really fun. I would have really enjoyed it. Okay, we're about to get our next farm. Can't put it there, but I can put it here. I could have probably put the dart monkey here, but not my biggest worry right now. And we're literally just making this accrue more money to sell for, because it's just going to be really worth it. There we go. That should help a lot. Okay. Just keep moving and grooving with this. Because I want to try something. So if I put this here, bigger radius monkey business. It's not reaching those yet, but I know very well I'm going to be putting one here as well. So I'm curious if I put it here, bigger radius. No. There we go. Bigger radius. Oh, it just doesn't hit those yet. That's a shame. Really? That can't fit there? It looks like it should be able to be fair. Well, now I know I'm just going to put this here. I'm surprised that didn't get hit, to be fair. Yeah, we are just going to slowly make a bunch more money. We don't need to worry about camos or leads, at least, because of Ice Monkey here. So that's a plus. Okay. Okay. Okay, and then that goes there. Yeah, we're doing okay. Thankfully. But yeah, I should be able to fit some more in here. Still surprised. Wait, I saw something go white there. Perfect. I think I can fit one here. Okay. Boom, boom. I just want grow blocker right now. Okay, yeah, this one is gonna be in the way, so. Embrittlement. There we go. Yeah, whites it can't hit. This should hopefully help a lot, though. But now we can go through here and start getting valuable bananas and shit, which will slowly help make us more money. After all, we are going for a full-on Paragon here. You know what I could have done with this? Something way better. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I need to put this here. Boom, boom, boom. This here. Boom, 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 boom. Not cryo cannon. I only meant to do two. Because I'm going to go for Arctic Wind here. And that should hopefully help a good chunk. Because it will slow balloons, which should be amazing. Just hoping I have enough to actually deal enough damage. Oh, wow. Perfect. Free play. Let us slowly start making money. Monkey kind of sounds like Beans from Fall Guys. You know, that's not the, I don't think that's the monkeys. I think that's the elves, specifically. These guys, I think that's what they sound. I think that's what's making the sound, specifically, are the little elf monkeys, more specifically. Because they all have different sounds they make, technically. It's weird. Snowstorm. Shame I couldn't bring, Silas into this, because I need Paragon totems, if we're gonna do this right. Okay, and then... boom. I just need the bigger radius for that. Perfect. I'm basically going to be crazy with this. Because it's harder to do when you only have yourself. Because, like, it's easier to do with multiple people because you can actually reach it without Paragon totems. But you can't really do such by yourself. Which is a shame, but I get it. We're gonna need a lot of money. So we're like excess farming here. Probably gonna want to set up some druids and stuff too. Some snipers. Those would be useful. But let's get our last tier 5 we're gonna need. And I want to go for the enhanced freeze for the speed. This guy is just more for weakening balloons more. But yeah, we'll be able to get our tier 5s eventually. Monkey Town, Monkey City. And then... let's do this, and then boom. Now it is spread to even more. And at 40,000, I can just... if I want, freeing up space for new monkeys. Though I believe it's better if I get them upgraded first anyway. I mean, I know we're going to make more money that way anyway, so. Oh, Lord. Thankfully, this is helping us get, like, some XP for this, but I don't know if it's when you're placing them down, buying them, or if they're being used yet. Like, I don't know enough about it. Otherwise, I'd totally do something different, knowing. At least I can get these guys going, though. Because this is only going to get more expensive here. And then the Paragon is... okay, it's not too expensive. Thank God. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Because we're gonna need so many pops on these guys. Yeah, because we'd need 6.2 million for tier 100 in terms of pop. Um, so, it looks cool. I will say that it looks cool. I don't know how it plays. That's what we're working on. I was gonna do, okay, so, we can at least supplement parts of it with Geraldo once he hits his level 20. I also did clean out my computer sorry, the other day, and I got quite a lot just out of it because I haven't done it in so long. So it was nice to just get it done because it takes all the income that they would make. So it's worth it to upgrade them for the increased income. Oh no, is that a... For a moment, I'm like, wait a minute, is a regrow farm starting? And then I realized, wait, no, it's 63. It just means it froze a lot of balloons at once. And you can tell. Ah, good old balloons. Honestly, this is the game to test how, like, strong a, like, phone or PC is with, like, the regrow farms and shit that you can create. Okay. And as much as I want to get this for more popping power, it's going to start dealing damage. No, I haven't gotten the pro farmer yet. I just haven't gotten enough for it. Like, I could probably do a bit of this. And then, like... Does that add to it? I know buying it does. Okay, so that's 890. If I place this down, it goes to 9,000. So if I were to... Now? There we go, pro unlocked. Yeah, I didn't have the pro until now, so. Let's try this fucker. More range collecting bananas faster. Previous unseen camo bananas. I mean, I guess. I mean, I don't know. Oh my god, that's making a lot more than I thought it would. Okay, boom. I saw that camo banana. I mean, the more range would have been nice and all, but it seems he does have a little more range in general. Let me try this. Yeah, no, I'm basically stuck with it, like, just barely, aren't I? Anyways. We're gonna make so much. Suck up bananas from anywhere on the map. Middle one gives more money and bottom throws banana peels. Interesting. Well, I need more money since I'm going for a full-ass Paragon here. Meaning I'm also going to need to upgrade Geraldo a lot. And then this hits a good chunk of farms, at least, for more money being made. So there is that. So I'm at least making something. And you know what I could do? Oh. Apparently that. I know it's out of range technically, but I'm not too worried about that. Because I am going up here to just... Come on. Up. I saw it. Come on, give me Monkey Wall Street. There we go. And then I can fit a banana farm here as well. I'm going to be making so much bank. Hey, Gold. Hope you're doing well today. We are just creating a lot of money right now with bananas. As you do. Put it on there. Uh-oh. Regens. Oh, God. The regens. I always forget how painful it is to deal with those. Popped in a moment before class, I'm guessing. Well, I hope classes go well for you, bud. God, I hate allergies so much right now. If I could, like... I will say, if I could surgically remove my sinuses so they wouldn't bother me anymore, I would. I'm just saying. Because frick is it annoying and painful. We're going to be stalling a lot today. Okay, so I know we're going to need at least 25. Oh, there. I did not mean to get super brittle there. I want my super brittle here. Okay, 1. 2. 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. I'm also going to get some of these. 8. 9. 10. 11. 12. 13. 14. 15. I'm gonna get more than I need. Also, what am I doing? Isn't it like... It's T, okay. 1, 2... Yes, I lost count. No, I am not going to try and recount. I'd rather go overboard than miss. I feel like this should be enough. We have a lot of ice monkeys for anything that comes through. And then here I will do... There we go. Just making loads of money. And then 2. Yeah, we're gonna need a lot of this. The hell's happening? Oh, I am quite literally going for this Paragon. So we're gonna need a lot of Paragon totems. So you need at least 20. Or 17 if it's the 2 tier 5. But with the solely with totems it would take 134. Which is a very specific number. But yeah, we're gonna just keep going, doing what we can with the Paragon totems. Yeah, because we're destroying this stuff a lot. So we are getting, like, pops that we need. We just need to get a lot more Paragon totems in. Because there's also the fact that there's a max we can put in. Also, if we go at normal speed, this is all what it's going to be like. Hey, 22, hope you're doing well today. We are quite literally going for the new Paragon. We tried to do Frontiers, but I think the best way to describe it is, oops. Without just, like, looking back at the stream. I wouldn't be surprised if someone made a clip of it. Our Frontier is quite literally a void. There is no Frontier town or anything. It is glitched. Okay. Which is a shame. Do-do-do-do-do. Turn that down a bit. It's weird. I can't tell how loud stuff is to the full extent right now because of how plugged my ears are from allergies. So it's like, I can't tell if it's too loud or too quiet at all. Everything sounds muffled to me. So I am quite literally flipping a coin with each decision with sound. Okay, we're at 12. We need at least 20. But we're going to want to go for more just to, as a backup. Because this is all to try the new Paragon. And then after we try that, then we'll do some other stuff. But I'm excited to try the new Paragon. We have officially hit 1 million. And we can still put all of it in. We are now at 14, and there's round 100. We're actually damaging the BAD. Like, we are hurting it. actually did it! With only ice monkeys, we have popped the BAD. Fighting DOG and Calamity. Ah. Yeah, that's never easy. But you can do it. I don't really need to keep doing that with the money, technically. We have reached the max amount of money we can put in. But we still got Paragon totems to do. Because we need at least 20, but we also need, like, loads of pops. Do 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 do. I could try and, like, put an engineer in a corner just to not get a bunch of pops, which is easier said than done. Also, I'm going to just... Yeah, no, it's not... That's the wrong thing. Give me my tech bot. It's the sheer amount of ice stuff coming out right now. We are just causing so much. It's Infernum, but want to know it, and since really can't show because Steam replay feature is broken. Oof. Yeah, I understand that. I will say I've been playing Oxygen Not Included off stream a bit because it's been a little thing I really enjoy. Because, and I've debated it playing on stream, but the issue with Oxygen Not Included is it's a very, it can lag very easily because of the sheer amount of shit that goes on. And I've found ways to reduce lag, but even then, there's always a lag spike going into the next day for me still. And, like, mind you, it's known to be a game that can lag your PC hard because of just the amount of calculations, because each item and, like, its certain amount it has, as well as each liquid, gas, etc., has to calculate how hot/cold it is, if it would turn to a liquid or gas, if it can go up or down, as etc., etc. Love monkey mashing in 2 frames per year. Honestly, that is a mood super, but welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. But yeah, we are now at 20. So we're at the least amount we need, but I want to get more in. I think what we're going to want to do is try and go to like 120, I think, to do this. I don't know. Yeah, we have hit the max amount for that. At this point, we're just making money for that. Let's hit this guy with the Ultra Boost. Just make him even stronger. Uh-oh, this is a lag one. Doing good. Celebrated your birthday yesterday? Oh, nice. Happy belated birthday. Hope you're doing well. And basically 1 hit from death, and dog also 1 hit. Honestly, those are some of the best, like, wins for a boss fight, is when you both end up, like, knocking each other out. Because it's always so satisfying. It's kind of crazy to think that some of the most laggy towers in this game are the Ice and Spike Factory. Like, they have nothing in common except causing lag. The old age of 21. I just felt myself age another 21 years. Fuck. If that's old, then I'm ancient. Back in my day! Oh, boy. But yeah, I will say, the other thing I've been doing, other than Oxygen Not Included, while sick, is working on Secret Santa shit, but also Minecraft. Just joking. I mean, even then, I know there are people out there who would say that's old. And that's the reality of it. Oh, God. Like, that's what it feels like whenever someone's like, oh, God, you're old. Yeah, thanks for reminding me. I still remember when I mentioned liking to listen to Tool and someone being like, what are you, in your 40s? Ouch. I mean, shot in the dark, won't say how accurate, but even then, it's kind of like, does my music taste really date me that well? Because I have a very weird music taste. I listen to shit from all sorts of eras. Depending on the day, I might be into listening to some Beethoven, but on another day, I may be totally into just video game music. Tool is a band. They do a lot of stuff on, like, a lot of their songs go into different things like psychology, etc. When was Tool created? I'm actually curious now. I don't remember the exact date it was created. Even then, the fact that it was 40s because it was created in 1990, it's like, geez. Like, they're not that old of a band. They were created in 1990. Yeah, like, they're not as old as people think. Now, see, one that does get me into some questionable territory is the Andrew Sisters. They're from the 1930s. So, take that as you will. This guy is doing his honest work. But, like, I listen to so much, like, the other day, I don't know what was with me. I wasn't into listening to music, so I put on a bunch of analog horror and ARG shit. And so I started listening to some Minecraft ARGs because I got recommended The World That Doesn't Exist, and I got intrigued by it, and I liked it. It's, compared to most things I've seen, I can see why people found it good. Because it is one of the better versions of The King in Yellow I have seen in terms of, like, stylization. While it's not exactly King in Yellow, it's very well done for Eldritch Monsters. Because one thing I have noticed is a lot of people treat Eldritch Monsters as driving people insane instantly, not like over time. When in reality, what drives people insane from Eldritch Monsters is knowing. And one of the biggest things with the King in Yellow specifically, is the King in Yellow basically knows everything past, present, future, knows what you are, what you're gonna do, etc. So, for example, it knows that you're about to drink water, even if you, and whatnot. It's very intelligent. And it knows what you're gonna do to an extent. That's kind of like the basic summary. It's a lot more complex than that, of course, but I think that's like the best way to kind of describe it right now. But it is a very dense topic with a lot that goes into it. Because Eldritch horrors are usually put as, you look at it, you're insane, instead of the understand. And it's always kind of annoyed me a little bit. But that's more of just me being a nerd. Cool. I'm giving them boosts so they can actually deal more damage. And yeah, I know the ice is causing lag, but not much I can do about that right now. But it's one of those things at this point where it's like, I've seen enough where I'm like, yeah, I get it. Also, I'm going to start selling these. I'll leave this guy here with his cool visor. Wait, quick. I need him to look forward. And then I will put this down for 32. But like I said, we're going to 120 if possible. But I don't know how possible that'll be. Looks like we don't get much of a choice, so let's see. Let's get to 100, come on. No, we're just off. Oh, we don't get to see what it looks like at 100. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Oh, that thing looks sick, though. The attacks. Herald of Everfrost. The eternal frost descends, cold reigns supreme. Even the baddest of balloons are helpless against its icy grasp. Ominous. I vaguely know stuff about this from it. Like, I know that it uses Fimbulwinter, which is insane to me, but also can freeze boss balloons. I know that. Don't know a single movie that I actually got it right where you go insane due to knowing instead of just looking. Exactly. Like, I find that a lot of them don't. And when you do go insane from looking at it, very few make it where it's actually insanity from, like, spending so much time being followed and, like, chased by this thing that's all-knowing. And then going insane because despite everything... Because... one thing I noticed during the Minecraft world thing is the fact that they just stare at it for a moment. And it's almost like, because of the censorship bit that comes with the Eldritch Horror stuff, because they're supposed to be incomprehensible, it's kind of implied that it speaks to the main character as well, even if not a lot. And it very well could have said something that very well drove them insane. And even then, they weren't fully insane. They were more terrified than anything, which I think says a lot for, like, showing how it should normally be. Like, fear is a good reaction. Insanity is often overblown. I love how it darkens the skies. Like, this looks awesome. I love the look of it. I don't know why they gave it the horns, though, fully. But I do like that they gave it, like, the beard tassels that you would see on a lot of Vikings. Like, it's very decorated. Like, or at least it was believed that a lot of Vikings had it, but I actually love how this looks. It looks like some sort of, like, beast that you would find quite literally. I think it really fits the name Herald of Everfrost. And then, like, the fact that it shoots exploding bolts is awesome. Wanting an ice monkey? Honestly, yeah, I just didn't know how they would name it. I'm glad that they went for more of the Norse theme because, I mean, we have literally every primary monkey in the top 5 has one, except Like, now we just need Glue Gunner and Desperado to get Paragons, and all the primaries will have it. I would not be surprised if Primary is the first to get all of its Paragons, to be fair. I still want a Druid Paragon, though. Because the fact that this guy can slow BADs and the boss balloons is terrifying. Because that's a whole new level of strength we've never seen before. And I mean, just look at it shred through these balloons. It's insane. It's honestly really cool, too. I love stuff like that. That's just, like, awesome. Yeah, it can slow BADs and boss balloons. And then it has the Thimble Winter, which I believe also does. Let me look up the Everfrost. Okay, so let's see. I can actually tell you its stats if you would like. It just takes a moment because I have to go to the wiki. Oh my god. I'm just gonna mute the sound because it's loud compared to like the songs. So it's specifically Ice Lance Beam, large piercing attack, travels in a straight line, freezing all balloons it hits for 10 seconds, leaving a trail of 6 giant ice shards as it travels. Balloons that survive the attack grow icicles and damage other balloons. Snowstorm Roar is a map-wide effect that freezes and applies permafrost to all balloons below a BAD and removes camo and regrow properties and applies a debuff that makes all affected balloons take plus 10 damage from all attacks and an additional 40 damage from attacks that deal cold, frigid, or glacier type damage. This debuff can stack with embrittlement and super brittle. Bad and balloon bosses also receive damage debuff with the visual effects. Look at that. They get so slowed. When attacking, it will alternate between the 3 beams. Additionally, it has an... Oh, nice. I actually got an achievement. Pop 5 million fortified, finally. But the Eclipse of Thimble Winter, it stops attacking for 5 seconds before freezing the whole screen for 10, freezing all including bads and bosses, but only for 5 seconds. If a boss balloon reaches a skull while frozen, the skull effect of up to 1 skull per boss tier is skipped completely, but thaws the balloon early. Oh my god. That's awesome. Like, that's actually really freaking sick. Also, we got this new map and shit. Gosh, I'm excited. Okay. Let's see. We should finish downstream, honestly. You know what, let's stick with some Geraldo action. We don't get to use them a lot. Primary only? Sure. Wait a minute. I just had a thought. If it's gonna work. I need to know if this works. Okay, but we can turn the sounds back on now. This thing is like, this stuff is awesome, to be completely fair. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. At least we can work on this black border and stuff, so that will be a plus. I want him here because he'll get more effect. There we go. I love the little armadillo. So freaking cute. I got it with the Frontier thing. One of those things that you just kind of get. It is a shame, though. I would have really liked to do Frontier without it glitching. Because it looks like it's going to be lots of fun. And it might, it's going to get a patch update soon. We know that. I just didn't expect that to happen, to be fair. But when it is fixed, we'll come back to it and, actually play it. I wonder how many people that actually happened to. Because I doubt I'm the only one that's happened to. Because I imagine it's happened to a good few people at least. I mean, it's a pretty big deal. But yeah, oh my lord. I know next time I play Minecraft, there's a lot to show off. Because there's been something I've been working on since the last time I played. And I'm still not done with it. I still need to finish it. And I might finish it on stream. I might not. I just know that I ain't going full decorating on all of them, but I also need to work on lighting, because holy crap. Exactly. Herald of Everfrost is quite literally, I'll show you the power of Christmas. Oh, we can't use the Worn Heroes cape. I was really hoping so. 'Tis a shame. Honestly, I think we'll be fine. I don't think we're gonna really lose here. Especially if I keep doing stuff like this. We'll get twin 6s next. If possible. But I remember working on it for so damn long and just being like, oh crap, I'm gonna be honest, I completely forgot about lead balloons. And then I'll just do frag. Buster bombs, set it to close. That's on me for forgetting. Sorry about the yawn. Yeah, deflation will probably be the most boring just because we're gonna have to sit through it and not do anything. 'Tis a shame, 'tis a shame. But I know we'll be able to do it still. And at least we'll have another map black bordered, which is always a plus. This guy is freaking out. I know the patch notes added a bunch of stuff in terms of updates to this. And I'm curious of what we'll see in the future as well with it. Oh yeah, accessibility is still turned down. I do find it very interesting though that the Herald of the Everfrost just naturally, without using its ability, still gives the extra damage overall, especially to ice-based things. Because sorry about the yawn. Imagine doing a boss event with multiple people and someone brings Silas. Doing the Ice Paragon would be insane for that. Because the Ice Paragon would do a lot. Okay, so we just have a few more left on this. For deflation, let's use Quincy. Give Quincy some love. I don't use most of the heroes I just never use. I just don't find a use to it. So it's like, I'll do it eventually. And then I completely forget. Okay, so I need boom, boom. And then do that. Yeah, because I was never going to get carrier flagship. What else? Set that to strong. There we go. Yeah, this should do pretty good at this. Sorry about all the yawns and shit. I haven't talked a lot in the past few days either. I quite literally just haven't. Because it's hurt too much to talk. But I actually get to talk again, and it's weird because I'm so used to being silent the last few days. Because I just didn't talk a lot. So it's like, I don't know what to say about some stuff. Oh my god. I do hope that one day we can get skins for, like, the little planes as well. I would love a skin that just turns the little planes into, like, little rocket ships or something. I think it'd be really cute. But that's also more of a just personal like. I just don't think we're gonna get any monkey skins specifically, to be fair. I feel like we're only gonna get hero skins and, like, skins for the projectiles because they can kind of be reused by most things. Though I do know that Paragons can, like, show their projectiles now of what they normally would have. To an extent. I don't know, like, the exact extent, but one thing I do wish is that the Glaive Dominus, I wish its rings around it were just giant snowflakes. Because it would be hilarious as, like, one. But normally it's candy cane stuff, so the thing they would probably do is, like, a peppermint. I personally think what they should do is they should lean into the whole, like, what people do with some peppermints, where it's like, they'll, like, lick them down or suck them down into, like, a sharp point. I think it would be funny to have something like that. Just in general. But also, I really do think that it should be giant peppermints, because imagine being a balloon and seeing this giant set of peppermints surrounding this thing that is just shooting loads at you, just popping your friends and family. Be pretty terrifying, but also very odd. Be very, very odd. Okay. There's not much we can really do besides wait here. Because that's kind of how I set this part up. Like, this is full auto. I mean, the good part is we are destroying this pretty well. The ship proving why it's so useful. Yeah, I was expecting to do a Frontier thing and not have to worry about thinking about what to speak and actually speaking for characters. I was wrong. I will say, though, I'm really excited to play it when it is fixed. Because then I'll actually be able to see where I'm going. I was hoping it'd get fixed, too, because it would have been really cool. I know I still have, like, the robot boss left in Cuphead for the Isle 3. And And I'm kind of just thinking to myself how the hell I'm going to end up doing it when it, like, overwhelms my, like, brain. So I might try to look at, like, strategies for it. Because I honestly don't know what to do. Because once I beat the main story of Cuphead, I'm going to do the DLC. Like, I know that. And seeing that there's still so many things I can buy for coins, I know there's at least one more aisle. But I'm also like, I wonder what else would be on that aisle. Because I'm actually curious. Because I feel like I've seen most of the bosses I remember from the Cuphead show. In some form. Like, I know the devil is going to be one of the last ones. Like, that's obvious enough. But I've been kind of thinking to myself since it's my first playthrough of it. Like, because I never really played it, but I have seen the series. Yeah, it's a Netflix series, the Cuphead show. It is a very weird but funny thing. I highly recommend it if you like weird shit.
I was born to do this.
I'm gonna go for NTN, actually. Yeah, the Cuphead show was a very... How can I put this? Odd experience. It very much, like, gave off that vibe of, what the fuck did I just witness? Like, old cartoon Logic X. What the fuck? But I loved it. It's why I choose Mugman whenever I play Cuphead. It's because I find him so fucking funny in the show. Like, he literally has an entire crash out scene in the show, and it's hilarious. And honestly, I don't even blame him. I would have done the same fucking thing in his situation. You shouldn't do that. Because it was a reasonable crash out, I will say that. Yeah, I've really liked the show. God. There's so many shows I really have enjoyed, and some that I just haven't. Same with movies. No. Oh, trust me, if you've watched it, you'll see. You could probably look up Mugman Crash Out and find the clip. And I will say, I love how the devil is played because he is just so, like, iconic gay villain-esque with how he talks. And I love it. But they ended it off on such a cliffhanger, but never gave it more. And I hope we get more. Because I would love to see more. Because it was really well done. It's in the old rubber hose cartoony style too. And I find that awesome. Like, it is kind of that mixture between rubber hose and other old animation styles as well, mixed with like modern stuff as well. And it's done in such a way that feels natural. In a good way. Also, I will say with the icicles, they totally missed out on the chance to quite literally, with the fire, make it frostburn. They missed out on that. Big miss out. Salute to the fallen. This is gonna be one powerful thing. Jungle drums. Jungle drums. Jungle drums. Come on. Hey. Now we're gonna have even faster, stronger, more powerful. Anyways. Gonna look up the crash out. Honestly, that is fair. I wish I could show it on stream, but I know very well I'd get a DMCA for it because it is longer than 5 seconds. Because legally, you can react to something that is quote unquote copyrighted as long as it doesn't go over 5 seconds, at least in the Americas. I don't know much about overshores, but I know there's like all sorts of stuff with copyright laws and whatnot that are very specific. Not that Twitch cares much, but it's why whenever I play music, I play lo-fi or like video game music. But I have to be careful of Sims music because for some reason, despite being video game music, Sims music very much gets DMCA'd. For some reason. And it's only The Sims. Sorry about that, I had to blow my nose. Because I'd rather not blow out your eardrums with my trumpet. I say that jokingly, but I know very well that people say that whenever I blow my nose, I sound like a trumpet. I don't know why or how, but apparently I do. This is gonna be the strongest fiery ring ever. Primary mentoring. Sure, triple shot. It's a pretty good range, to be fair. Where's the alchemist? Aw, dang it. I wasn't fast enough with the alchemist. Yeah, now, like with the alchemist, I definitely do it. I mean, I guess as a backup, I can put shit back here, but don't know what yet. And the crazy part is I still can do this. Yeah, that should at least give me some good range to slow these balloons even more. Actually, what am I doing? I don't need ice. I can do glue. And I want Moab glue with Relentless because that's going to just be more useful. But yeah, the Mugman crash out will forever be in my brain as one of the most valid crash outs of all time. I've seen some pretty valid crash outs, to be fair. Yeah, I also don't know why, but whenever I get sick, I always get into some weird shit, be it horror or philosophy, whenever I'm like sick. But you can tell when I'm getting sick because I start feeling cold. Which may sound weird, but for the people who live around me, near me, or like experience me a lot, know very well I don't get cold easily. So when I start getting cold over like slight cold, it's how they can tell I'm getting sick. And it becomes like a warning sign that if I say it to my mom, her eyes will widen up and go, uh-oh. Like, I think that says enough. But yeah, like, I always have been the type of person who just doesn't get easily sick. Or gets super sick. Like, when I get sick pretty badly, and it usually leads to like a multi thing, but usually I don't get sick with a lot outside of sinus infections and strep throat. But then I got COVID, and ever since COVID, I just get sick easier for some reason. And I've made sure to do a lot more like outside, etc. But even then, like I don't get sick as much as I used to after COVID, but I still do get sick more than I used to pre-COVID. Mind you, I used to get sick every year with strep. That's actually how I learned from the doctors that apparently you can be a carrier of the bacteria, and I was like, wait, what? More you know. I've learned a lot of random fun facts about the world just from being someone who manages to find weird ways of getting hurt, etc., unintentionally. Like, for example, it's not just me, it's also my parents, my family, etc. So let's look at my mom, for example. I get a call last night. So I figured out why my Jeep wasn't working well. The gear shift is frozen over. What? How did you... That's not it. There's also the fact that the transistor apparently got frozen. How? Well, you would think I would have seen something like this, you know, living up north, etc. But I've never experienced something like this. But how did it happen? From what the mechanic said, it's probably because of the perfect conditions while driving. Due to rain, snow, turning it to slush that splashes and then refreezes quickly inside the body of the car. And I'm just thinking to myself, I don't understand it, but I'm just going to go with what the mechanic said. Because I didn't even think that was possible. I did not think it was possible to... I did not think it was physically possible to freeze your gear shift stuff to an extent where you can still move it, but it has trouble moving and shit. Like, I have been so thoroughly surprised these past few days since Thanksgiving in so long. That actually reminds me, I also learned something while playing Monopoly with my family that we didn't notice because it's not in the rules, but it's on the cards in small text that is not easy to read for most of us because we're blind fuckers. That apparently rent is doubled for places with no houses if you own all of the properties of that color. And I never knew that. My mom never knew that. My grandmother never knew that. Like, none of us knew that was a thing. The fact, like, we had multiple generations at that table, all of which who didn't realize that that was a thing. Like, what? Like, I just never knew that. Like, rent being doubled only when you own all of the properties and that spot doesn't have a house on it or a hotel on it is so specific. And I don't know why it's not in the rule book. It's only on the card. Which no one looks at it past the cost of a house. You think it would be like, you know, next to the rent, not at the very bottom of the card in small text. But apparently, it's just how it is. So I go from that to getting a sinus infection to finding out that apparently the transistor and gear shift stuff can freeze over in the right conditions to... Which is crazy to me. To this, where now I'm like, You got Broken Frontiers, and you have me playing a game about balloons. And also finding a way to somehow cut my ankle without noticing. And just looking down while walking just around my house and be like, when did I start bleeding? Quite literally my reaction. When did I start bleeding? That has happened a lot in my life. When the fuck did I start bleeding? Where did this cut come from? When did I get this bruise? I don't know how I get injured half the time. It just happens. Sorry about that. Make sure to hydrate if you haven't already, by the way. But yeah, I've learned a lot about some of these things that I just never thought I would. I will say, Thanksgiving was oddly quiet this year. And I think part of it is just the lack of people. I mean, because, like, the year before was already a bit quieter because it was just so much going on. But something about this year just felt a lot quieter. Because I know my aunt couldn't make it down since she was in the hospital recently and is still recovering. The cousins and my uncle were in a completely different state due to many different reasons. And so it was just us and my grandma. And it was weird because there was no fiance because they were gone with other family. There was no grandpa because he's been dead for so long, and no one else because people were either in different places due to one reason or another, or just dead. And it was really weird because I'm just kind of sitting there like, I don't know what to talk about. And then my grandma started bringing up random things that were very obvious scams, and I'm like, Grandma, no. Like, there is no magical cure for diabetes, Grandma. I can guarantee you that. Like, it got very weird when she started talking about that stuff because I'm just here like, I get she likes helping, but sometimes you just need to slow down and reread. Because there is such thing as too good to be true. I still get so confused by her sometimes. And yeah, this guy is not gonna make it. Slow it even more, just pelting it with all sorts of stuff. Bro never got a single pop. Okay, we have two more, one of which being half cash. And like I said about, so here's the plan for this half cash. We can use instant monkeys only and upgrade them. But we can't spend money on anything else. So we need to think of what we want to use here. Because this is going to be difficult. Eh. Yeah! Yeah, this is gonna be weird. Because we're gonna be stuck with some really random towers here. And I'll set this for Moab Glue. I think that'll be worth it. Yeah, this is gonna take a while, but we got it. This is a weird one. I like doing weird shit like this, where we're kind of like forced to try different strategies. Because I can't buy any of these, I just kind of am stuck with this. And it is both a blessing and a curse. Surprise! Like, I could easily send out, like, a tier 4. But I feel like I shouldn't send out a tier 4 until the Moab is passed. Then it gives it a little more challenge. Okay, that's gonna do more. Now, okay, no, I couldn't remember exactly how it worked. Always good to check, though. Yeah, we just need to get a lot of money for shit. Which isn't gonna happen for a while. And then we can get the Barracuda. Look at all those Barracudas coming out just yeah, we're gonna need a few of these, feels like. What about mermonkeys? Could be useful. Yeah, I need something that does camo. Jeez, this is my only camo detection right now. Gonna need some more. At least it's not my only lead either. Let's do... I'm gonna be locking it in here anyway, so we'll do that. Definitely not the best it could be, but not the worst either. And it will help with some of this, so I see it as a win. Let's try and get the shark at least, because at least with the shark we'll be able to take out some stronger balloons. I actually never realized that it was pushing balloons back a bit. Either that, or it was just doing really good at keeping it held back in a really perfect timing. Both of which are possible. Wish I could choose where that goes, but that's for a top path thing. And next upgrade. Okay. Taking a good chunk of balloons at least. What next? What about mortars? Let's do one of these. There we go. Honestly, being forced into the situation with random stuff I'm giving is easier said than done. Because I'm trying not to use this a lot, but I'm also trying to stay within the parameters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Do we want to limit it to 10? So I can't get more than 3 more? Be an interesting little difficulty spike for me. Which I am okay with. I like a bit of difficulty. Okay. 2 more. One more. Okay, and then let's just get the last one down. What do we even want? Definitely something camo related. We'll do this. I do want to save up to get the orca. Because the orca would be very useful. Because I know I can get it, like, pretty high up in terms of, like, beast power. And I'll be able to drag in more Moabs. Okay. Don't... There. I need to do that. And then let's get Moab glue. I don't think I got much of a choice, to be fair. Definitely want to set that to strong. Because setting it to strong definitely helps. Relentless actually might not be that bad. Same for Hydra rocket pods. I could also set this to Shimmer. I'm gonna do Shimmer since it's kind of my weakest point is camos. Like, yeah, we have this, but... Set that to smart. Now we'll try and save up for that orca. Oh, there goes that Moab. I am worried about 63, though. Welcome back. We are trying to beat half cash with only 10 instas. Wow. I will say, it is a lot easier said than done to do this with only 10 instas. It definitely was more of a struggle early on. But even then, since we dedicated 4 to Beast Handler, our biggest issue became camos, so I placed down a wizard and got it to this. Must be something good. I mean, who's to say? I mean, worst thing that's in it is... I really wish a bear came flying at me there, but was not a high chance. It would have been funnier if it was a bear, though. But no, it was just an apple. Because I can do that to myself all I want. Ow. Jesus. Yeah, I really want to get this orca going. Because then I'll actually be able to not have to worry as much. Is my hope. Look how much damage that does, though. With 2 jumps, it takes out a BFB in double HP, not double HP mobs. That was the last one. I'm in half cash. It do amazing in double HP Moabs, though. And we're almost there. We should have it by the end of this round. Dang it. But we got it now. Merge in. Yeah, look at that. It's going to start taking more and more. Including entire BFBs. Not perfect, but it is pretty strong. I don't think it can pull in ZOMGs, but it'll still deal a lot to them. Okay. I guess a Necromancer would be a good one to get in this case. This guy does have a pretty good range, to be fair. Okay. And then... I will say, the present I got for my mom for Christmas doesn't come in until the 23rd, and I'm so annoyed by it because it's like, damn it, why can't it come sooner? But I'm not like... But I understand why it takes that long because it is a custom-made gift. I quite literally had it paid for it to get handcrafted. My dad's gift already came. My sister's gift comes in a few days, but it's like I'm so like nervous on if I'll be able to get it wrapped or not. So I'm just here like worst case scenario, I just put it in a bag or something. I don't know. Worst case scenario. What do I want? Preferably to not die. Those deadly spikes did actually save me a bit of health there. Yeah, this guy is not helping a lot. Sorry. Relentless Glue might be useful here. I just don't know. Not that I'll get to use it. That's some damage, all right. I'm just gonna use laser cannon. Boom. At least we'll be able to get a black border by the end of this. Okay, so we just have our medium ones. Military only is done. So we have apocalypse. Apparently that's where I'm at. We have apocalypse and ooh. I'm gonna use Adora and then a reverse. Let's do apocalypse first. And then we'll have our black border done. Ooh, arr. Crazy Dave moment. Crazy Dave is a whole other creature in of himself. Speaking of Plants vs. Zombies stuff, Fusion did get an update, and I did update it. There's just not an English version, so the English translation is going to be very fragmented. For what I have. I only mention that because it's something I'm probably going to end up doing soon, is playing more in PvZ Fusion. But yeah, I know they added a bunch, like some new stuff. I just don't know what it does because it's just not translated yet. So I'll do triple shot. Apocalypse isn't that bad, to be fair. It's actually kind of nice. Can do that. Honestly, the wizard going into necromancer is really good for Apocalypse. So if I put him here, I already need to go bottom path or what I need anyway, so. I forgot I can actually put him here and I'll still be able to hit. Yeah, because this would go bigger once I hit the final tier. Fireball. Gosh, there's so much like odd but cool stuff out there for games. I still want to play Oddorable. It did get an update though that I saw, and it makes me really curious because apparently it added like a good chunk of stuff to it. I can actually see it if I can find it in my frickin' Steam. I have so many frickin' games. There it is. Yeah, rollerblades, new forest town, and new characters, apparently. So there's a new forest town with a lot of new characters and voices, as well as new drawings, new puzzle, rollerblades, and whatnot. Like, I really want to play it because it looks cute. And for those who haven't been here while I've talked about it before, basically the whole thing, like all the art is made by the guy's daughter, who slowly is getting older, but is still like not even a teenager, like toddler age, if I remember correctly. It was like 5 to 7 area. But I think it's really cute that like he took all the art from his daughter and is putting it into a game with a story that she wanted and stuff. I think that's really adorable. And it sounds so wholesome, and it's one of the reasons I want to play it on stream, because it's wholesome, but I know it's not going to be a long game either. I mean, even then, I do want to try and 100% it. Mainly because it's adorable. But it's a dev who's only really made one other game from the looks of it. So it's like a newer dev as well, which I think is really cool, or at least new to like making their own personal games. So I'm really excited for that stuff. And it's why I'm like, I need a good day to play it too. So I've been kind of looking, okay, what days would be good? And I'm just thinking when I want to play it, because I know it's supposed to only be like at most an hour long, but because I'm probably going to spend more time, it might be a bit longer. So I'm just kind of thinking, well, shit. maybe if I should probably try to do it on a day I don't do a full stream time or something. I don't know for sure, but we'll figure it out, because I don't know how easy or hard the puzzles will be and whatnot. But I know it's really cute, and I like cute things. But that's going to definitely be a memory that's going to stick with that kid for so long, knowing that your art, like, is part of a game that your, like, parent made. And that, like, it's, like, one of the most wholesome things you've ever seen. And it's actually really well rated as well from the few reviews it does have, because it's not a very well-known game, and the art style might put some people off at first, which, fair. But it's also a kid's drawings. Plus, I think it has, like, its own charm to it. Because I feel that way about some drawings. Like, people look at art, like, this is something that I've always kind of felt sad about, is people think art has to look beautiful, or has to be, like, something that makes sense to them. But art is more than that. Art's kind of one of those things where part of it is the process, but it's also the human expression and soul put into it. Art is much more than just beauty. It's the soul. It doesn't have to look gorgeous. I mean, art can be grotesque, dark, but odd looking. It could make a statement, but it could also do a lot of other stuff. And of course, with that also comes the one question of what is considered ethical art, because of a specific artist that comes to mind who quite literally would kill animals and put them in resin and, like, other shit as, like, art in quotations. Like, quite literally, it was really disgusting. Oh shit, I wasn't paying attention. But it's like, I don't remember the artist's name off the top of my head, but I remember seeing the artwork and just thinking to myself, what the fuck? Because it is the best way to explain what it felt like seeing it, because it was a whole new level of, like, why did you do this? I don't think I can actually show most of it off on Twitch either. Like, that's the level it gets to. But, like, and then when the animals' carcasses would start decomposing, they just replace it. It's like, what the fuck? Yeah, art really is both complicated and simple at the same time. It's one of those things that is a constantly swirling, changing, like, atmosphere. And when it comes to stuff, it should be ethical, in my opinion. Like, don't kill something for it. Like, taxidermy, for example, uses things that have already died. Like, it preserves the body in a artistic way of something that passed away before. I mean, even in the hobby of taxidermy, people look down on others who kill to make their taxidermy. Like, within certain reasons, like hunters on one hand is a whole separate thing, because it's also about using every part as well, because that's another thing. If I were to go out hunting, I would use as much of the animal as I can, because that's just the type of person I am. One of those things that I just always have kind of been like, because with art, there's so much that people just forget or don't understand. Like, and I know we have that whole people trying to make AI stuff considered art, when in reality it's not, because it loses the whole point of art, which is to be a story of someone itself and their soul. And it loses that. Because even when we don't realize it, we put part of ourselves in our art. I mean, look at the balloons art, for example. Everything is so meticulously done. And there is so much love put into it. Even the music. It's the same way with writing, music, and so many other forms of things like dance. Art comes in so many different forms and shapes. And it's intriguing. I mean, I still remember something one of my art teachers said when I was in high school, and it was, people always assume the face is a circle. But to be a circle or a sphere, it would have to have no sides. In reality, our faces are like a trapezoid mixed with a cube. Boring, yet intriguing at the same time. Boring shapes turning into something that is unique, despite everything. Because no matter who draws your face, it is always going to be done differently, whether you realize it or not. Because that person's soul is going to change it. And that is always kind of stuck with me. Because, like, I've had multiple art teachers say different things, but the main thing is no one is going to make the same art piece exactly the same. Because that just isn't how it would actually go. Like, you can try and paint it. Like, you could try and recreate an art piece. But there's always going to be parts that are going to be different. Whether intentional or not. And it really kind of makes you look at more stuff in life of, like, you may not be able to change everything, but there's a lot of just uniqueness that comes out of your own experiences. I mean, God, how many people can confuse the hell out of their doctor when explaining some of the shit they've been through? I mean, not many. I mean, how many people can say that they've experienced, like, insert random thing personally? Or have dealt with certain things? Like, think of it with, like, serial killers and stuff. Not just with, like, not everyone can say they've experienced one, but the people who have their own experiences. And if they were to make different types of art, they would still be different. It's the same thing with psychology. You could have two twins, same lives, etc., and experience this huge traumatic event for both of them. They still would react differently, whether knowingly or not. Because everyone's personality comes from more than just nurture and nature. It is such a weird balance of nurture, nature, and just how we perceive things. And I just find it so intriguing. I mean, you have all these various types of just people and ways you can see the world. And yet, despite that, we still understand so little of our own, like, Earth. We find new species so often. We haven't even explored a good chunk of the ocean, for example. Like, and there's going to be someone one day who just does. And it's going to be a weird experience for them. One where they get to say something that someone else might not. And one of the biggest forms of that is through art, where we can express the stuff whether without us realizing it, where we can express more about how we feel on things. I don't know why I got counter espionage on that. I meant to go bottom path. Brain just went, ah, yes, middle path. Because that works. Gosh. I mean, whenever I see people complain about, like, artists, I just think to myself, they're some of the most artists are some of the most unappreciated part of society. I mean, think about how much they make possible on the daily. I mean, we quite literally would not be able to talk through computers without artists in some form. Same thing with people with mental illness. Like, or what's considered a mental disease. We really wouldn't be here without it. Because it's like, we look at it now and we realize the world is so odd, but so intriguing. And being able to put that into art is so difficult. But I'd love to see more of people's art, even if they don't think they're good, or they don't see it as good. There is a beauty to art, even if it doesn't look the best to someone, because it's more than beauty. And I want to see it. I like seeing people's art. I want to see more people try. I don't care if it's beautiful or not, because there's a whole separate side to it than just how it looks. It's the story and emotion put into it. And you don't have to stay a bad artist either. Like, with enough time and energy and effort, you can get good with art. Sometimes it takes more work. Other times it takes less work. Some people are more gifted than others. Some people don't fully understand everything, and that's okay. It doesn't mean they can't find their own niches in art. I mean, look at me. I suck at 3D art. I cannot do 3D digital art. I can't do that. Because it is very difficult for me as a person to just wrap my head around it. There we go. And despite that, oh, we have a red there. Something I'll need to fix. Seeing what we have and what we don't have. Okay. Let's fix this red chimps one. I'll do NTN for this. But I remember early on when I was first learning art, I used to not be anywhere near where I am for my art talent, in quotations, as some people would call it. My art used to suck. And of course, over time, that has changed. I've gotten better in some areas, worse in others. I mean, as I mentioned with the 3D art stuff, I just am not good at it. But I have learned a lot from it that I use in all sorts of stuff. In reality, if I'm doing like 3-dimensional art, it's better when I'm sculpting it with my hands. Because at least then I understand it better and can do more with it. Because that's just how my brain is. It needs to be able to touch, feel. Because that stuff's important. Yeah, no, I need to... Yeah, this should work. It's my hope. Longer range. Okay, yeah, this is going to be a difficult one for chimps. But I got an idea of what we need to do here. Going to be a weird one, but I got it. Quick shots. Enhanced eyesight, because I want to be able to see camos as well. And I need twin guns. Let's try and get twin guns ASAP. Because that's going to make a huge difference. And come on. Uh-oh. Oh, thank God. That one was a close one there. Okay. I mean, but back to what I was talking about before. If I can find it, I'm sure my mom probably has some of it. I might show off some of my old art on stream compared to where I am now. Because my old art is awful in terms of looks. You know, as a kid. But now it's like, damn. I'm not the best. Nowhere near it. I honestly find it better when I do cartoony styles or like stained glass-esque. Because that's my type of thing. But when it comes to physical, I do a lot better. I mean, I could probably take a picture of that and show it off later. Thinking about it. Looking up at my shelf where I have one of my 3D things that I've made, one of my clay sculptures. Like, I've always been someone who likes doing art. It's been a big thing for me. And yeah, when it comes to physical stuff, way better. I find it harder to do digital than anything else. Like, when it comes to digital, my style is completely different to physical. Like, for example, I am not good at drawing humans. Like, I understand the basic stuff, but I can never make them look good. Like, I've always just not been the best at that. And it is something that I've been trying to change. Okay, I'm gonna put this guy here. Okay, I need it to be assassin. Is this gonna still be able to hit? I just thought about it. Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah, that does increase its range a little. Because, yeah, that's what I needed. I just need a little bit more range. Heavy bombs. Just to deal some more damage. And then we'll get the Moab Mauler. Yeah, this one's going to be a toughie, but I got some ideas. Moab Assassin should allow it to hit that, hopefully. I could set this guy up here as a backup. But I think right now I'm going to save up, try and get armor piercing. And if not that, at least sharpshooter. Because that should do pretty good. Okay. At least we're doing pretty alright. Armor piercing. So that's more to Moab and fortified, which is awesome. We might actually be able to get both. Bomb shooter got that. There we go. The leads are no match for my bomb. Okay, I could technically do the primary thing with them. Not the worst idea, to be fair. Though if I put this here... Yeah, it hits them, not him. There we go. This is for both of them. Because I'm also going to... I did not mean to place him there, but yes, he's just there. I was only trying to show him off. Because I plan to put an ice monkey here. Jungle drums, primary training. And then I will get Intelligence Bureau as well after I get the cryo cannon stuff going. I might get rid of that too. I did not expect to accidentally place him. But he'll make stuff. I mean, he's more of a support hero, to be fair. I just wish he had a little more range to hit this guy. Yeah, I don't know if I will stream full time, depending on how my chest and like throat are doing, but I should have. I think I mentioned that at the beginning of stream already, thankfully, so. But yeah, I know it frickin' sucks healing from this stuff. Because I will say, when it first started, like, my eyes and jaw were hurting from just inflammation. It sucked. But here I am now, existing, as I do. Almost to all of them getting camo detection that they don't need. I just get it naturally when I go for the Intelligence Bureau, so... I want to make sure this guy could actually hit leads. Because Icicle Impale is going to be my main damage dealer for DDTs. At least that's the plan. Don't know how well it will go. Okay. I think it's the Paragon that's really gotten me into just using some ice monkeys today. Just something about the ice monkey speaks to me. Just saying in my head, Icey, face me down and turn me into many things. Support or attack. Yeah. Probably shouldn't have stalled that long, but yeah, the Mob Assassin and whatnot, it's gonna be so nice. 63 will be a difficult one, though. Do kind of wish this had just a bigger radius. Ring of Fire. Honestly, I'll just do more attacks and even more attacks just for the damage and, like, pierce that it gives. Increases Ring of Fire damage further. Yeah. God, that, like, shatters up through them pretty well. Things I've noticed this update. Ice being a little more laggy quicker than usual. Frontier being broken in terms of, like, bugs. Once we get the Icicle Impale, though, awesome. That's why I went for the middle path, is for the extra speed, too. Because it'll be amazing for it. It's great for dealing with DDTs already. And then giving it the extra speed just means it's going to deal with them quicker. It's also why I got the Intelligence Bureau, so I can hit the DDTs with it. You know, it's still crazy to me that the only two towers in the primary category that can't hit camo at any point is the bomb shooter and the tack. Like, the tack shooter and the bomb shooter being the only two is kind of funny. Because the Glue's Glue Storm can hit. The Ice Monkey gets natural camo detection. The Dart Monkey gets natural camo detection. And the Desperado get natural camo detection. And the Boomerang gets camo detection from its ability with Monkey Knowledge. Like, the tack used to have camo detection, but then they removed it. I think the best part about the Ice Monkey Paragon is that it can see camo. And, like, it's a really useful one for, like, supporting from the looks of it. Like, I can already imagine it's going to be a very powerful, like, support Paragon overall. I'd love to see people use some of the Paragons. You know, once everything has a Paragon, I wonder, like, the sheer amount of time it would take to get all of them to level 100. Because you would need at least 4 people at that point. And you would need to slowly do them, but to get them to all level 100, you need to all go for Geraldos and shit as well. You need to get 4 Geraldos, as well as a bunch of farms. And then you need to set them up in just the right way, where, like, the last ones you do, like, you would have to do these two, Magnus Perfectus, Ascended Shadow. Like, most of them you'd have to do last, to be fair. Like, the Spike one, gonna keep dealing damage. Ship one, keep dealing damage. Like, it's gonna be just more and more difficult as time goes on. Like, the easiest ones to get down first would be Dart Monkey, Bomb Shooter, Crucible Student Flame, Herald of Everfrost, Nautic Siege Core, because you can just whump into the water. Then the Master Builder. Those would be the easiest to, like, get down without damaging anything on accident. But easier said than done. This guy's doing awesome. And then we have this for just excess damage. And it has the perfect circle, too, to just, like, damage this. Just awesome. I do think it's cool, though, that, like, they either take inspiration from fan maps or will ask the person who created it if they want it in the game. For Ninja Kiwi, I love that they did that. But also the fact that we now can make our own maps, I think that's awesome. Because we get to see the, like, old maps brought back through people as well, that they haven't had in God knows how long. Like, if you think about it, Monkey Meadow is pretty reminiscent of the original, like, BTD, like, map, but it's still not the exact same. Like, there's all sorts of stuff like that. Oh, sorry about the yawn. Primary expertise. That's just extra damage. I definitely think we'll be able to beat this pretty easily now. I mean, it's only intermediate. It's not an easy map, but it's also not advanced or expert. So it's kind of like, I'm not too worried. I honestly don't even remember how I got a red ribbon last time. It's been so long. And there goes them. Might go for the Moab Eliminator next, just because it's really useful. Getting close to infinite drone. Very primary focused, just chimps mode. The sub is the only non-primary / primary supporting tower because these two support. I mean, that is their thing, so it makes sense. And then NTN was an accidental place. And I don't even have to get rid of the skull. I still think we need a cursor thing. I want to have a cursor that is quite literally just like the frickin' ship captain. Be funny. They could totally use it for like references to old BTD games too. It's not hard. No. Honestly, I might even like I should put that into a thing if they do recommend, like, an ask thing. Like, if they'd ever consider it. Because I feel like it's a genius idea. I mean, there's just so much room for stuff where it's like... And it's like, most of them don't change. Or change so little it wouldn't make much of a difference. But then you'd have, like, some special ones like the Druid... the Mermonkey that just kind of add a bit of flair that allow people to customize. Plus, it would allow people to not lose their cursors as much, is the hope. Which is kind of the main reason. Do 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 do. This is going to be a long round. Yeah, NTN's about to level up to max level. And boom. And boom. And... there we go. Because, yeah, just kind of looking at the hands and stuff. I just think it'd be cool. Because the few that actually would have different hands wouldn't be a lot. Like, there could be one that's quite literally like the Apex Plasma Master, or like, you could even do one that's just quite literally the Bionic Boomerang set for an arm, for the little hand. Be cute. I just love to see the little stuff. Oh, what? But that worked so well. Yeah, we're just restarting. Well, at least this time we won't accidentally place Benjamin. So there is that. The dogs are barking at something again. I don't know what it is, but I have an idea of what it is. Because it really could be anything, but I can guess what it most likely is, and it's probably just a package. Because that's usually what happens. They go crazy. They bark for like hours on end, it feels like, and then they wonder why you get annoyed at them because you're sitting there like, please, my ears. I think the times that are like the worst is like when I have a migraine and they just don't shut up. I love them, but it is the closest I ever get to muzzling them. Because holy God. Because it has the jet engine effect, as I call it, where everything is so loud to me that it's like a jet engine right next to my ear for even quieter sounds. So like, I don't know if you can hear it. Yeah, I don't think it comes through. I tried clicking my fidget cube next to the mic. But yeah, it gets to a point where that is like loud to me. Migraines fucking suck. The worst ones I get are the migraines and dizziness that I get with other stuff from aspartame, because it's like, because aspartame in general just, bleh, my body does not like it. Heard a single bork in the background. Not surprised. It's usually Athena too. Baker sometimes barks. Dewey rarely barks. Unless he feels threatened or surprised. Otherwise, he's just like... And that's it. He just does not make much else for sound. It's kind of funny, but also kind of nice at the same time. Because it's just like, satisfying. It's quiet with no issued. Boom, boom, boom. Time to do some monkey business over here. Getting all up in the monkey business. Do 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 do. Okay. I will do this. Okay, it isn't a range. Perfect. Why is the sound so much louder? Just... I don't know, it just sounds so much louder. Monkey business. Yes. Bees knees. Ah, bollocks. Yeah, we'll redo this one. Yeah, this is gonna be difficult. I'm just sad that we lost on that one round, because it was actually really fun. Hey, Orphis. Hope you're doing well. I know I butchered that name that time. Oh my god. Does that sound like I said Orphis? Like, cold as shit. Honestly, fair. I honestly prefer this kind of weather because it's easier to get warmer than colder. Unless you're sick. But yeah, longer range. And then I'll get these. But yeah, I love winter. Winter is one of those times where I just get to relax. Usually my allergies aren't bad. And then I started dusting and, well, sinus infection. Mistakes were made. Many mistakes were made. Many mistakes were made. In fact, so many mistakes were made that you could say the real mistake was, well, dusting. Also, why is the swap sound so much louder? Like, it's just caught me so off guard. Like the foot sound just feels louder all of a sudden. Got back from work, had to put fair. Yeah, it's been pretty cold recently, but I don't mind. I like the cold. But yeah, I can understand. I used to work with a bunch of cold shit, which definitely helps. Plus, living where it snows definitely helps as well, so. I will say, the one sucky part about living in a place where it snows is when it rains after snowing and starts to melt some of it, but not enough to truly make it below freezing, because then it starts to freeze at night and create like this weird slush ice mixture that's just hell to drive through. It becomes a nightmare. The sucky part about snow. Though we do have very good snow. Just not when you have to touch it. Fair. Because we have the good type of snow that can pack together really nicely as well. So it's a really good, like, snowman snow. Perfect for snowballs and whatnot. Which is awesome. I could make a snowman if I wanted, but I'm also a grown-ass adult with other things more important to do, and I'm still recovering from being sick, so it's like... I mean, we don't know for sure, but yeah, like, it's definitely going to be a packing snow, which is nice. It really depends on how humid or wet the environment normally is. I just grabbed the wrong upgrade. Oops. Okay, do that. Oh boy. I'm gonna get triple guns next, just because it's kind of important. Boom, 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 boom. Easy. February, March is always the worst. I mean, fair to some extent. I personally think the worst time for snow is like November. Like mid-November to late November can really suck. Because it's when so many people are doing shit and people just... They just don't know how to stay safe for the life of them driving in it. And it drives me mad. Because I've seen people make some really dumb decisions on the road when it snows and shit. And there's nothing I can do about it. I just know they're dumb decisions that make me go, why? Because they really shouldn't be driving if they're going to keep making dumb decisions like that. Oh, God. Yeah, that's fair. The part that sucks the most, though, is when it is, like, when people are trying to go places, because people don't drive well. That's just the sad reality of it. People just can't drive for shit. Especially when you're going over state lines or near a state line. Oh my God. Because for those who aren't American and don't know, each state has its own driving laws. That is like, there's the universal stuff and then the non-universal stuff, like certain things that are like really big or really small. But it's enough of a difference that it makes people idiots when crossing the frickin' border of a state. And I've seen people do some dumbass shit on the road. God, the drunkest state in the US. Yikes. That's a point where I start to question whether or not I want to actually live there anymore. I think the worst I've seen is I have a friend who does dispatching, and she had to work on frickin' Halloween night. And if I remember correctly on her schedule, because we do D&D together, she has to work New Year's night. No, it's Christmas Eve. She has to work this year. She did New Year's last year. And, well, you already know that's not going to end well. Holiday nights like that are horrid for dispatchers. far around every corner here. Oof. You'd think that. But there's one problem with that. If you're from, like, rural America or, like, northern America, it's a lot more common to have Christmas Eve parties over Christmas Day parties. So a lot of people do dumb shit on Christmas. But New Year's is definitely the worst. Like, there is no contest on that one. New Year's is defo the worst. Then again, it's pretty hard to beat New Year's. I mean, Halloween is also really bad too because of just people getting too scared, etc., etc. And then, of course, Memorial Day, 4th of July, those are some pretty sucky days because 4th of July has a lot of firework injuries. Yeah. Halloween is kids doing dumb shit. New Year's is adults doing dumb shit. 4th of July is people somehow doing everything the box said wrong. You know, normal shit. But yeah, it is one of the most annoying things. Because there is someone who lives near here. Well, not here. More like used to live near here. For me. More like I moved from that place, more specifically. But the best way to describe them is, what in the absolute fuck? How have they not lost their kids at this point? Like, how do they still have access to their family level shit? Like, they were known for blasting music really loud at night, even past like midnight level shit. But they'd chase, like on Halloween, they'd chase kids with they chase their kids with a chainsaw on. They're a known like drug addict that just is a huge problem for the neighborhood as a whole. And the kids are very much disturbed and abused. Like, that's another thing that's very well known. But it's like, Jesus Christ. What the hell? And I think that's the best way to describe what it has been like. Because you're just sitting here like, why would anyone do that? It's weird, because I will say this, with CPS, it either takes a lot or a little. There's no in between. Because it is a very flawed system. From what I have experienced. Very favored towards certain people compared to others. But that's a whole separate thing. But yeah, we have a family friend who fosters kids. Yeah, you're not wrong. You know, it makes more sense if I also specify, like, this has been one of the things that I know quite a little bit about at this point. I know I'm not gonna beat that right now. I need to get my brain in a different place. What was this one? I don't remember. I really don't. Oh, it's round 90? Pursuit. Crossbow Master. And it's done. Boom. I honestly don't remember half the stuff on this. Oh shit. This is the new map. We haven't done anything on it. Let's do hard mode. This is one of the newer maps. I forgot about this. But yeah. We have a family friend who works as a foster parent. And has fostered a lot of kids. Very nice lady. Dealt with many different things. And it's interesting because she's the type of person you wouldn't expect to be a foster parent who like fosters kids and stuff, but she is. Very wonderful individual. I just know very well I could never do it because I am not, one, in a stable enough economic thing, and two, I am not. I don't think I am in a mental place where I would be a good, like, foster parent, much less parent in general. I feel like I would cause more issues than anything else to my kid. Even then, I'm not even close to that point in my life where I feel comfortable with it. Though everyone's different. Okay, almost a triple shot. They're like the seniors at homes because they're hell no for you. Honestly, fair. For me, it's one of those things of I just know very well that I would not be anywhere near what would be needed for the kid. Because I have enough issues myself that they don't need to be part of. I feel like a lot of people in my generation and like younger generations as well, like have a weird mixed opinion on it. Where it's like the older you get, the more it's like, what the hell? But the younger you get, it's more like, yeah, that's valid. Just one of those things. Because yeah, for me, I know my limits. I know very well that I rather not screw up another person in this world. Plus, I'm a bit more of a recluse of an individual, in all reality. Very hermit-esque. Do a lot of stuff on my own. It's just easier. Mainly because most things just do not keep the same speed as I need. Look specifically at the education system. But yeah, that's one of the things I really do find annoying, is trying to keep pace at the right pace with others, because like there's stuff I say, I don't even know if it like there's been times where I've said things that I don't even realize sound hurtful or like sound weird in any form. And I feel like a lot of people have that. But I think the worst examples are when you, and now that I know more of my issues, it at least explains it. But it's also that thing of, damn, there's a lot wrong with me. That's what it feels like. Oh, there it is. I was like, where the frick did it go? I like how you can see my friends, like, and what they've gotten on certain things. And it's just like, yeah, they still exist here. No, I'm just gonna... Because that'll just do pretty good damage there in general. Since they're all crossing there. I could have also put a wizard there, but... meh. You win some, you lose some. That's how I see it with this one. Okay. But yeah, I wonder if there's something that can break here. Doesn't seem so, but yeah, I know very well a lot of stuff about different things. I just know I am too much of a nerd for my own good at times too. But I also just, yeah. I spent enough time to know where my faults are. And even then I still learn new shit. I mean, in reality though, there's so much that I learn from just random things, like, but also the most random stuff will pop into my brain as well. And I'll remember the most random point of history, be it for me or for something else. Like, one that pops to mind is, and I don't know why it randomly popped into my brain, the woman in Germany who pulled out a pistol and shot the guy who murdered her 7-year-old daughter in the back of the head. I believe it was like 10 times. Like, I believe she emptied the magazine or something. And then got a lighter sentence. It's from like Germany, if I remember correctly. Like, that's something that popped into my brain randomly so far this stream. But if I remembered it, the guy she did it to, it was a pure like vengeance-esque act. Because the guy basically assaulted and tortured, then killed her daughter, basically. Something like that. Which is like, well, I don't condone it. I understand it. But yeah, there's all sorts of stuff like that where I'm like, huh. Why am I randomly thinking about insert random thing in history? I'm the type of person that you can just ask, hey, do you remember blank? And I'll be like, no. And then the next second I'm like, wait, yes I do. Like, or like a few minutes later. I also forget who tells me things half the time. It's not fun. Because I'll bring up the most random stuff and says like, yeah, I told you that. And it's like, did you? I don't remember. Just because my brain is that way. In US, where father shot his kid's killer when he was guided to the airport for transportation. I don't remember. I'd have to double check, but probably, yeah. Remembering is hard. It really is. Like, there's so many different things out there that just have the most random bits in my brain. Like, of all the parts of my brain, there is a part of my brain that goes, you remember this, and it's the most odd, random ass shit that I shouldn't know. Or like, am like, why do I remember this? I know the one in Germany happened during the courtroom trial, like while they were on a mini recess, and she literally got up, pulled it out of her handbag, and just went bang. Like, stone-faced, nothing else. Wasn't she convicted for like 6 years for manslaughter specifically? I know she died of cancer. after a point. Because I know she died of pancreatic cancer. I don't know why I remember that specific detail. Like, I know she died of pancreatic cancer at 46, if I remember correctly. And she had moved out of Germany until the final years of her life after she was diagnosed. And then she went back to the same city where she was from so she could be where her daughter was. I know she's buried next to her daughter, at least. I mean, honestly, it's a valid reaction since the daughter was like 7. Like, it's kind of just insane to think that that type of thing even happened. Because it's like, God, doesn't feel real. But there are creeps out there like that. There are a lot of creeps in this world. Different flavors of autism. Yep. You know, that sounds really wrong. Flavoring your autism. I'll flavor your autism sounds very odd. I will say I did see a really dumb post that made me laugh way too fucking hard. And it was... And I don't know if you guys have seen the Mega Z for Lucario yet on the Pokemon channel, but I saw someone's reaction to it being, why does it look like a Lucario cosplaying Hatsune Miku that got cummed on? And my only thought was, what the fuck? That's really specific, but really funny. Jesus Christ. The true chaos of a Twitch chat. Okay, let's go for that. Like, honestly, yeah, that's a fair point. It's an inevitability, though. So. But I don't mind it. It's funny to watch. This sticky glue will do me justice. Kind of looks like a shark. He really does. Let me bring up a picture of it. Because Mega Lucario Z really does look like a shark. Like, and ever since someone said the whole, oh, it looks like Lucario dressed as Hatsune Miku who got cummed on their face, it's like, what the fuck? But also, yeah, I see it. And I hate that I see it. But yeah, that's Mega Lucario Z. It really does look like someone's persona, though. Like, it gives off major persona energy. Like, it does look kind of like Hatsune Miku mixed with Lucario. Like, and then the shark tail. Like, it, yeah. I see where that one, like, post came from. I'm not, mind you, it specifically said on the face. If you look at the face and like the face pattern, that's what they meant. Also, if you look specifically where my cursor is, if you can barely see it, like it looks like they're wearing fucking thigh highs, like knee-high socks. Lucario with the knee highs. Like, I will never be able to unsee what that post said. But I also will never be able to unsee the fact that that looks like someone's persona. It really does. It looks like someone's femboy persona. It really does to me. Someone's frickin' femboy sona. And I can't unsee it. Even now. And I just think to myself about it, like, there's gonna be a lot of art of this. I can already tell. Because I know very well that the internet is down bad for the most random shit. If it looks vaguely humanoid. Because we all know the type of freaks that exist on the internet. After all, we are on the internet itself. The internet is a very freak-filled place in that regard. Like, my brain thinks of the one, like, video of the cat pissing on the camera with the freaky looking face, as it's called. Like, that's one of the first things that comes to mind for just weirdness of the internet. The internet is a whole separate type of weird, to be fair. It's weird on a level of, like, why did someone think of this? Why did they create it? And why did it show up on my feed? Like, remember how I mentioned I was watching ARG, like, listening to ARGs and stuff? What I didn't mention is, despite the fact I was listening to horror stuff, I randomly got recommended a video. And I don't know how else to react to it other than what the fuck. And it was beating Minecraft while jorking it with the Jenny mod, and my only thought is, what the fuck? How is this a YouTube video? Like that was my first reaction, was, what? Because even I'm here like, what the fuck? Like, how does that relate to ARGs in any form? You get me? Like, I really don't understand how it relates to an ARG in any form of the word. Because it shouldn't. Yet somehow, YouTube was like, oh, I'm gonna recommend this to you. Honestly, YouTube recommended is very weird. Like, I get it's supposed to be based off videos you watch, or like things that other people have watched that also watch what you watched. But I'm just here like, I'll be minding my own business. Like, I listen to podcasts, ARGs, and music. And like Hermitcraft stuff. Yet I'll randomly get sent in my recommended like the most random political thing. I'm like, why? You don't need to specify if it's femboy or not. All loose are. You know what? Fair point. Fair point. Indeed. But yeah, it's like, I sit here thinking about it like, one, how is that a video that's loud? Two, wasn't that mod banned? And three, why was it even recommended in the first place? Like, these are the things that I see and I'm just like, why? Why? Like, we live in a freaking weird-ass world. A world where apparently that stuff can exist with nothing else to say other than what? Like, even now, I'm still just baffled at its existence. Because I'm just here thinking to myself, like, why did they think it was a good idea? Two, how did it get published to YouTube? And three, what? Like, that's the other part. It's like, when it comes to that stuff, like, how is it on YouTube? It throws me off. Because it's not something I expect. It was like 2 teams. One team was white, house cars. What? Honestly, it is weird what slop channels come up with. But then you have the stuff that makes you go, what? Because you know it is not enough of a slop thing to be created by a slop channel, and it just makes you question your livelihood. And that is one of those things that I can see coming out of a slop channel. Not even surprised. YouTube, when there's random slop channels causing kids issues, blind. YouTube, when someone says a cuss word too quickly, real shit. YouTube, when using AI, it's fine. YouTube with literal porn ads, it's fine. YouTube, when someone calls them out, fuck off, and just ban the video. It's like, bro, this is already on your site. Like, I've seen a lot of stuff like that, and it just makes me go, why? 'Cause I've seen some weird-ass shit on YouTube. Like, YouTube has a lot of weird shit on it, to be fair. I will say, I did find a really cool analog horror while sick. It's pretty neat. Also very creepy. It was like an analog horror Minecraft. It was called the Pale... It was like based off the Pale Garden. And it was it was like a very well-drawn Illager one. And it was a very well-done one, and I really enjoyed it. I think it's quite literally called the Pale Garden. The person also made another one called, I think it's like Mine, is what it's called, where it's like a town taken over by Herobrine. Like, and it's very well animated and like drawn. You can see like how the artist has improved with their drawing. I find that stuff so cool. I like seeing people's art and how it expands. Because the thing is, a lot of stuff has gotten worse over time in like different scenes because of slop channels. Looks at analog horror slop channels. When in reality, it's like some people can make some genuinely good ones. Same thing with like Minecraft horror. Like it had this huge dweller thing, and then Broken Script became popular. And now a bunch of Minecraft horror mods are about breaking your fucking game like that, and it's just like, if you want to make a real horror mod, just change small things. It'll drive people into insanity. In all honesty, I do want to do that. If I were to make a Minecraft mod, I would want to make a horror mod based off my idea, because I would specifically add small things. Like, I would add, like, quite a bit. And I wouldn't necessarily label it as a horror mod at first, I don't think. I think how I would label it more specifically would be, just like a mod that adds like various things like birds and whatnot, just like ambient sounds like birds chirping, crickets, and whatnot. But there'd be points where they'd go quiet or like other noises would play. It'd be a very like, it adds loads of ambience to Minecraft, but small things are wrong at first. So like, for example, it takes an extra like punch to break dirt. Something that you don't notice, but like your brain notices and is very confused by. So it starts to make your brain question. Can you beat Skyrim as a Discord mod? What? That sounds weird. But like, I love horror. The Pale Garden would be the one thing that wouldn't have a normal ambience either. But what I would do for it is, I don't need jump scares to make a creepy atmosphere. But I would add like small things, so it's kind of like, oh, it's just a quality of life mod that like, and like overall makes things more beautiful. Cool. But things slowly get weirder. All stats is here. You get chilled for being near it. What? The fact that that's a thing is fucking hilarious. Like, I won't even lie, that's fucking hilarious. I'm just doing glue hose. Forgot, doesn't hit Moabs. I really wanted Moabs to get hit, so I'll just do that because it will slow them and it will allow my Juggernaut to do more. But like, I would add so many small little bits that just kind of make it like, okay, it's a quality of life mod that also adds stuff, better Minecraft-esque. But it also adds other things, like Jesus Christ. But I really want to make a horror mod one of these days. I think it'd be really fun. Because I'm, like, I know how to add some pretty creepy shit. But I would specifically do some pretty, like, crazy shit. Like, it would seem like a normal thing, but after you hit a certain, like, amount of days, or, like, a certain time, I would start, like, small stuff if possible, where it's like, okay, it has a cooldown period, and it starts slow, and then it gets, like, a little more active, and then it just slows back down. Like, not enough to get, like, repetitive, but enough where it's, like, always in the background watching, like, affecting you, like, where is it? When's it gonna appear again? Like, just so it has that effect of, like, when is it coming back? because you're just terrified of it coming back. Like, if it comes back, I don't know what I'm gonna do type shit. There we go. Now it has its effects. Because, yeah, I find that stuff fun. Because it makes people start to, like, go, uh-oh, what the fuck? Because I really do enjoy it. Because horror is one of those things that can be really fun if done correctly. Like, it could even be small, like, the small changes and stuff affect people more than they realize. Like, having that ambient noise makes a bigger difference than people realize. Like, and one of the little, like, things I'd set is it would just be the normal ambient noise and whatnot. But I'd so you have, like, the ambient music, the do. But I would specifically change, like, 2 notes in the song. Or, like, a few notes. Or, like, lower it by just, like, 1 note in total. And just see people, like, lose their mind. Because some people would just think they're going crazy. And it would be hilarious. Also, hey, Mac and Cheese. Hope you're doing well today. Okay, we are doing pretty good, actually. I will say, I wonder if there's a Balloons ARG or, like, analog horror at this point. I wouldn't be surprised. Like, there's some pretty cool, like, horror-based stuff. But I do wonder if there's a Balloons one at this point. I imagine there is. But if not, that's an untapped market right there. The true horror of Balloons. The free dart monkey. Just the dart monkey nut. Just, you expect a free dart monkey, but it comes out and it takes your money away. Bum, bum, bum. Jokes aside, though, like, there is some stuff that probably could be made out of the lore that already exists for Balloons to make some pretty good, like, horror. Like, we know Pokemon has it. I mean, creepypastas are a whole separate thing. Remember creepypastas? Remember when it took them, like, wasn't it, like, 6 years until after the Slender Man incident and whatnot to make a Slender Man movie? And by that point, the phrase had already been dusted and gone. Like, and it was so bad. That's one thing about horror movies. Some of the best horror movies are lower budget. Weirdly enough. I mean, look at stuff like Smile and whatnot. Like, there's some pretty good ones that were cheaply made comparatively. Like, think of The Quiet Place, for example. Compared to other big name studios, it didn't use anywhere near as much in terms of cost. The Quiet Place is honestly a really intriguing one because it's one of the few horror movies where if you were in theaters, you got to experience it more, where you've never felt so much tension in a room where people are afraid to eat their popcorn levels of stuff. Like, to that level. And I think that says a lot about that movie. Like, some of the best movies are also cheaply made, too. which is kind of funny to think about. Because there's some really good ones out there. There's also some movies that just never got the love they deserved until way after, like, they had come out. Like, The Thing, for example. Like, The Thing is a very good movie that just wasn't liked much by people at first, but now is a cult classic. Like, there's all sorts of movies like that. Let's do hard. Sorry about the yawn. I'm gonna put NTN here. Where do I even want to put this guy? Fuck if I know. Yeah, I want to put this here though. Because we are gonna go for some crazy shit. Ba-da-ba-dum, ba-da-ba-dum, ba-da-bum. Okay. Yeah, we should be able to do pretty good against this at least. Even faster shooting. Yeah, that's good. I just need to think of this bottom path as well. I don't know what I'm going to do for it yet. I'll just need to think. Do I have anything fun? I could just put this. There we go. Now it'll be cheaper for things in the radius. I have all sorts of random shit that I can use that I just don't need. God, there's so many good horror movies out there. Like the Blair Witch Project, a lot of people who weren't around during that period don't realize how big of a craze it truly had, because it led to actual people calling in about it, if I remember correctly. Like, it actually led to people getting harassed unintentionally, which led to them having to say, stop, it was a fake, it was a movie, it wasn't real. Because it was like one of the first found footage things. Which, of course, here we are now with more of those types of movies. Where we actually understand that. Oh. Do 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 boop boop doo doo boop boop doo 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 boop boop doo doo doo. And then boom boom. That should help. Bow, wow, 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 bum, 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 bum. Doom, 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 doom. Okay. Oh, wow, 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 wow. I love the music of this game way too much, I think. I feel like a lot of people can jam out to a lot of like soundtracks from video games without like realizing they're from video games. Because video games are like its own set of genre of music, of where music comes from, but it's just it used to be synonymous with so much else that now it's kind of like when you think of video game music, you think of this variety compared to what it used to be. And I think that's a good thing. It shows how much it's changed for the better since then. And I think that's a good thing. Because video games now have some of the most, like, my favorite soundtracks of anything I've, like, had. Because video games just more consistently have good soundtracks now. I mean, God, Ori is one of the most listened to for me. It's like Ori, Silk Song, Hollow Knight, Pokemon, and all, even like BTD and so many more. Just amazing soundtracks that are hard not to remember or listen to. I mean, even Legend of Zelda and whatnot. Some of the most memorable themes in just gaming in general. It's even recognizable to people outside of gaming too, for some of them. And I think that says a lot about just the influence it has overall. Whether people realize it or not, it makes a huge difference. I remember back, because like, there's some very good 8-bit, 16-bit type songs as well. I mean, you have so many good songs from back in those days for video games as well. I mean, look at it now, though. I don't think I'd trade it for anything else with how amazing some of it is. Like, it's hard not to think about. Because video game music, where it is now, is at such a point. You could probably make an entire playlist of video game music, and like every song could be different. Of only, like, just of how much variety there is now. It's just insane. You know, I wonder if you had a song for every single possible playlist that has existed in the world, or like track, one from each. I wonder how big it would be. Like, it would have to be at least like a day's worth of music. But I wonder the like exact. And like, it can't be a repeat song. Because yeah, you would get stuck with shit like Kids Bop in there. But if anybody knows them, I remember hearing them because of my sister and shit. you'd get stuff like from so many years ago and whatnot, because you'd have to take into consideration all sorts of video games that have playlists. And then you'd also have to take in smaller artists. Honestly, if you only did music from video games, though, it would still be, like, insane. That's the crazy part of it all. Because there's some crazy songs in each video game. Like, one song per video game, you still have so many from different series. So many memorable songs. Boom, 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 boom. Good thing that's a thing for us. I'm gonna do that. Do 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 do. I was hoping that I wouldn't have to. If I put this here, can it? Okay, so what I'm gonna need is up at this top area here, I'm just gonna boom. Easy. And I can just get a tack zone there if I really want. I'm actually gonna put it here. There we go. Because yeah, I can just put this one up here. Jesus Christ. Yeah, 63 is gonna suck. You know what I'm gonna do? I will say, I think, just in general, this guy's gonna help a lot. The bouncing bullets make a huge difference. Jesus, look at this guy's range. If I do this, and then go for Deadeye... Yeah, I need to put him, like, here instead. Dang it, even that causes it. Like, this guy has such a huge range. Where's my tech bots? Let's buy some more tech bots. Wait. Ah, there we go. And then for, yeah, the Monkey Banker increases bank. Regrow bananas? What? And then gathers all bananas from everywhere. Oh, shit. That's actually pretty cool. Because I had never really looked at those. Little armadillo guy. This guy's gonna be deadly. Once I get Bounty Hunter, it's gonna be even crazier. And yeah, look at that range. I'm gonna put it on that. Look at the range of that. Whenever it does hit, it's just gonna be insane. I love the Desperado. I think it's a really cool little tower. I love stuff like that. Just so cool. I'm glad that we've gotten so many new towers in this. It's honestly nice seeing the cast of the Balloons universe just growing in a good way. Where it's like everything has its place in their world. Even if we don't fully understand everything about it. There we go. Perfect. That's helpful. There we go. Now I can hit this guy. Oh my god, the range. Jesus Christ. Talk about a big range. Freaking insane. Doop-a-doop-boo. I could technically try and go for an Energizer, but there's not enough rounds to be worth it, really. This is great. The Deadeye has such good range. Some of these towers just feel kind of forgotten now, but others feel so memorable now. Like, Beast Handler is definitely one of those forgotten towers because it's just not as good. Desperado's the newest, but Mermonkey would definitely be one of the most remembered overall just because it's, like, so unique in being amphibious before Ice Monkey gained the ability. But it's also the first, but it was also the first, like, water tower that wasn't military. So that's one of the things it has going for it. Okay. Do magic only.
Spirits of the ocean awaken.
Let's do magic monkeys. This will probably be our last one for the day, but well, that's annoying. I'll do that. Do. I was honestly really hoping we'd start from the other, like this place down here, but no dice. Why can't I place there? Okay. I want Trident Swiftness as well. Damn it. So we just gotta wait. Yeah, this is a weird strat. I need a different strat. Because I can't really use Oben here. Okay. Because I was kind of thinking like, yeah, no, I can't do that. Because then I can put NTN here, which will allow me to save up so that I can actually get some good towers going. Then I can set this up. And we'll just save some money real quick. Because I'm going to try to get Riptide. Because that should do good and help with getting, like, leads. Once it's fully up. But before that, we only really got one quick lead fix. Two of them, technically. One's an insta-placer, though. Yep. Because that's where we get lead. Which shouldn't be too bad. We can easily get that. Do 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 do. You ever think about how inefficient this is? Like, as a garden? Like, it's not a very efficient greenhouse, if you think on it. Because it doesn't fully work. It's probably why it's called covered garden, though. Even then. Still, the fact that it's missing one is kind of odd, if you think about it. Like, why are they missing one window? Do they take it out every single time that they know balloons are attacking? And then, like, just slide it? Or is that just part of the weirdness of this place? Because that does matter. Yeah, we're doing pretty good now. Mermonkey doing their job. Okay. Yeah. At least we will not need to worry about camo detection with this. Jeez. There we go. There we go. Dang it, I wasn't able to do it in time. Just gotta wait. And double shot. That should help. So we do have a Moab coming. A Moab. That wizard should help a bit. I think what I'm going to do with the wizard is try and go for Dragon's Breath, because that should do some pretty decent damage. Good old Dragon's Breath. Just... Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Okay. Boom, boom. Yeah, we won't be able to get Dragon's Breath on this part. We'll need to wait for it to go around again. Just barely. Do 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 do. Get a balloon jitsu as well. That should help with cleanup and whatnot. Some of these balloons definitely will need the cleanup energy. Doop 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 boop 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 boop. I accidentally pressed F1 instead of 1 at first. Awkward. Yeah, that should help. No, I never realized that they were using little snowflakes. The more you notice. Shit, I didn't even get a chance. This guy's doing too good. Wish I could put it here. There we go. That should deal some damage. And then we'll get 2 shinobis, which should help with just some attack speed and whatnot. Yeah, we're doing pretty good with this. I will say, it is kind of crazy to think about the fact that this is a map in the first place. I might want to get an armor monkey. I wonder. Oh, I can't. Can't even put it there. Damn it! It's always when I'm actually trying to get stuff going. Do 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 do. I need to get this to the Riptide Champion as well. And there goes this wave. There we go. Because it's perfect, like, down to get, like, a good wave going. Which is what I want. I want a good wave. Because that'll help us in the long run. Arctic Knight. And the Arctic Knight, yeah, it's just more powerful faster. Get Heart of Thunder, because why not? Oh, look how close it is to hitting. That's a shame. There we go. Set that first. Well, I at least got the shinobi part. So that's a plus. Yeah, I'll just save up to get the next Arctic Knight. Because that should do pretty good damage. I might be able to get it on this run. just barely. Get caltrops for him. There we go. This is working. I could go for a necromancer here. Because with the range I get from necromancer, it would actually be pretty good. Deal some good damage with it. I think that should work. Shimmer. Yeah, look at that. Almost perfect. Just won't be able to get it until it comes back around. Oh. I will say, these mermonkeys are godsends. Oh, shit. I'm glad that we at least have them, because it just allows me to do more. And then the ice effect they have, also very nice. Very wonderful. And with how quickly they get destroyed, though, for the balloons, we're probably not going to see as much from the Necromancer as we could, but it's also kind of understandable. That's it. We'll always get stuff from graveyard. Damn it, every single time. I was trying to, like, perfectly fit it. Summon Phoenix. Yeah, we're almost done with this. We got this. Oh wait, I didn't realize it stayed under the glass. That's actually kind of cool. I never knew that. I actually never realized that it would stay under the glass like that's like that is such a cool little thing. Because I will say for Entian, I really just thought it was a weird like thing with his drone and whatnot. So yeah. The druid looks so happy when it's in its middle path. Looks like it has no cares in the world. It's just happy. Nothing else. Just happy. Happy, happy, happy. The balls of ice. Necromancer's going crazy again. And just do that. That was quick. Lots of ice balls going through. And then once we are done, we will be golden. There we go. And done. Either way, though, for those who aren't already a part of it, !dislab, where I announce if I'm sick in any way whenever I go live, even if it's not on a day I normally stream. I normally stream Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, 8 to 12 CST, 8 a.m., 12 p.m. CST. Days I don't stream, YouTube, where we have the VOD channel. Stuff comes out there at 8 a.m. CST, on Tuesdays, Saturdays, and Sundays. So if you miss something on the Twitch channel, it will eventually be up on the VOD channel. I know I am still recovering from being sick, but I'm going to keep trying my best to do my normal stream stuff best I can. I forgot what I was going to say. Let's hope it wasn't important. Either way, I hope you have one